Hello everyone, welcome on in. How are you doing? So this is a different stream than something we normally do on this channel, and today we're going to be kind of learning how to do CAD, computer aided design is what that stands for. But how's everyone doing? Welcome on in. So I got the bug to launch model rockets. And so now I want to launch model rockets. And so because of that, I now want to make my own little model rocket that looks like a SpaceX Starship. And so I'm going to be kind of working through some stuff today, and I hope you all kind of want to follow along on this journey. And because I've got a 3D printer, so I'm going to try printing it, and we'll see how things go. Obviously, I'm not at all an expert on this. In fact, I'm very much a beginner. So I might get stuff wrong. I might get frustrated. I might have to look things up. But the journey is what's worthwhile. To join the League of Rockets when we normally play Rocket League. But how's everyone doing? How is your weekend going? The question of the night is, what did you have for dinner? So, with that being said, let's get on into it. We can see here that I've actually kind of already started this thing, but there's still a lot that we have to do. So, just to kind of give a basic rundown of what this thing looks like so far, we've got kind of like a hollow like body in the back here. Well, I think I can adjust appearance. There's a way to adjust opacity. Here it is. Yeah, if I do that, you can actually kind of see it better. So I've got kind of like a lower fin can, kind of a midsection, and then like an upper body. And the idea, now granted, this is just going to be an idea. We're going to see if we can make it work. The idea will be that this lower fin can will have everything needed to like support putting in like a I don't know how else to describe it, but like putting in like I'm gonna call it a sled that will hold the rocket motor. So ultimately it'll be this interchangeable thing where you can, like, if you had like an ST's B motor versus like a D motor, you could put in the size that you want by changing out this like rear end sled. At least that's the idea. So then being able to go from there, I also need to model a hole in the kind of this aft section here, such that when the ejection charge fires, that gas has somewhere to go to separate the front of the model from the back of the model, so that if you have any parachutes or anything like that, you know, it can separate. So the idea eventually is that I'm thinking this front section will be what will eject is separate. Irani Engineer Simulator. Yeah. Also, welcome on in. How are you doing? How do you pronounce your name? Abir Jill? ABJ? How do you want to be called? Like I said, as you can see, we've got actually all three of these sections here kind of modeled. Well, they're not fully modeled. They're just roughly modeled. I still want to add in like a through hole for the ejection charge. And we probably want to make that as large as the D motor, so that has somewhere to go. that force has somewhere to go. And then we also need to do something where whatever this quote-unquote sled is for the model, whatever we want to do, I want to try and make some way for it to be reusable, like easily removed and put in. So what I'm thinking, and I don't know how else to draw this. Well, maybe I can do it in Paint. No, not Paint.net. I want MS Paint. So what I'm thinking is, if we're looking at this from the side, from like the side. So let's say, like, you know, kind of comes up like this, like, you know, comes down here for the fins and then the body. You know, so like, let's say we're like this. This, there will be like, you know, the sled here that holds the rocket motor. Oops, that was wildly not straight. Like, this will be the rocket motor here. You know, so we'll have, you know, fire there. And then what I'm thinking is that we could make like a little, like, I'll just call it like a flat pin or something that you can slide in from the side, and it will it'll kind of hold the whole sled in, if that makes sense. So, like, you know, say this is the sled with obviously like a hole here. So what it'll do is, you know, this pin, you'll be able to like remove it, and this whole thing here could come out. At least that's what I'm thinking right now, because we want to be able to lock it in without having to without having it like fall out of the bottom of the rocket, you know? Because when we launch a rocket, we want everything to stay with the rocket as much as possible. There we go. So then we'll have another pin there. So then you'll just have the two pins that'll be kind of like a little flat a little flat, I don't know, kind of rectangular, almost like a spacer kind of. Just a little rectangle that you'll just slide in. It'll lock in and, you know, and, you know, keep everything contained. But I think before we do that, I think we want to... Okay, thanks Firefox for updating. Here we go. We want to look at... No, I don't want... Put image in new tab. There we go. So this is what I'm basing a lot of stuff on. So you got the A's, the B's, and the D's. I think C and D are the same format, or same dimensions, just different amounts of propellant, I think. but we'll see. I don't actually have any at the moment to do that measurement. But the good thing is that with CAD, you can actually set variables. So, you know, you can like change parameters and whatnot. So if I wanted to do like a let's say the engine diameter, that would be 24. Oh, I don't think it likes the... There we go. So D engine parameter, B engine diameter, and that is 18. And we'll have an A engine parameter, and that is 13. So then this one will be, wait, parameter. No, that was supposed to be diameter, not parameter. So then this will be length. And this length is 44. The length of the B engine is 70. Oops. And then the D engine is 70 as well. So now we're able to reference these by name. So if we ever change them, things in the model should just change. So with that being said, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the upper and mid bodies, and I'm going to turn them off for the moment because we want to cut that through hole for the ejection charge. So let's do that. Let's create a sketch, and we have to choose a plane here. So we're going to choose this plane. And we're going to create a circle. And then we want to place a center point in the middle. And then here we're going to go D engine diameter. Oops. D engine diameter. And then let's do plus 4 millimeters. So that'll give us a 28 millimeters. So it's just a little bit extra so that, you know, if, you know, so if, we need a little bit more, we can. Actually, here's the question, is should I just make this hollow all the way up rather than fill it in? Maybe I should. So let's in fact do that, because we can actually do that like easily. So if I bring these back, I want to say it's pretty far back in the timeline. where we can just roll back. Hold on, let's do, no. There we go. No, it's not the splits. It's an extrude cut that I did. Hold on, let's bring these back. Wait, was this it? Yes, this was it. This was it. So if I edit this feature, I can edit how far that cut goes. So I can bring it all the way up to here. So now this whole body is hollow, which for a model rocket, it's important how much mass you have. But being that it's going to be plastic, it's going to be generally pretty light. But we're going to want to keep it light anyways. So now if we bring the timeline back forward again, and if I turn off the lower body, we can see that the midsection is hollow, which is what we want. We want that hollow anyways. Okay, mid body. Alright, the upper body, we don't need that right now. So we've got our lower fin can. We're also going to need some way to put all these together. And one of the things that I've been trying to think about is whether or not things should slip fit together or if they should have to be glued. And I'm leaning towards gluing. Because I feel like I don't know personally how to make a connection between two parts such that it would be structural enough in plastic for a rocket flight, you know? So that's the reason why. So, okay. So, that being said, what we might want to do is we might want to add like some alignment pins, maybe. Because then as people, as you print it multiple pieces, you'll be able to align them like perfectly so things are straight. Which maybe we work on that now. Oops. I keep pressing the wrong button here. Okay, so let's create a sketch. We're gonna create a circle. Let's do 3 millimeters. This is This is actually very tight on tolerance. I don't know if I like this. I think what I'm actually going to do is go back to when I think the original sketch. No, not the original sketch. Go back to when the hole is cut out. Here. And I'm going to edit this sketch. And I'm actually going to remove some of that. So instead of 40 millimeters, I think we want to do maybe 20. Wait, what did I say our dimensions were? I need at least 24 for the D motor. So if I do 24, also I just noticed these are different widths. So if I do 24, that's not enough. 36 should be enough. But at the same time, I want to fix the so it's a mirror. Wait, what moved? Oh, I see. This moved in. I moved that in. Moved to that one in. Combined it. And then I mirrored that. Can I insert something in here? Hold on, let's save. But if I modify it... Can I move it into 2 millimeters? Oh, I can insert things. That did not seem to be enough. Why is that not moving? I want to translate it. Like, it's not moving. Oh, because it's not selecting the body, that's why. Is that already... delete that. I want to edit that. No, I don't want to move faces. Yeah, delete that. I want to forward fin. Move that. I want to move the whole thing. Move it slightly. Do 0.25. It'll be close enough. So now when we mirror, it's close enough. Let's also bring it down. Let's make it in line. Yeah. So like I know the real Starship V3, these fins are actually slightly on the leeward side. But I think for the sake of a model rocket, we don't care enough. And eventually we are going to like chamfer these. All right. So our fin can / lower body is coming along. Now we need to kind of make the sled. Do I have the diameter of this? Right, it was 36. Okay, so 18 millimeters. So this sled needs... I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Alright, so we need to create a sketch. We're gonna go here. Oh, we need a circle. From here to... Let's do 34 millimeters. Because we want to be able to pull this thing in and out. Right. So then this is going to need internal. Let's say 30 millimeters. So that's going to be a solid. Alright, so let's finish that sketch. And then let's actually take the lower body and undo that for now. So let's take this face and we're going to extrude it. So we want to do the length of the D engine there. So we could see, actually, if I take this, so we're gonna do D engine length plus, let's just say 4 millimeters. Okay, so now we take this lower body. Let's set the opacity again. Let's actually set it like pretty low. So you can see that this will kind of like rest inside here. And then what I'll do is I'll take this and kind of somewhat enclose it. And then just cut out the hole for the motor. Because yeah. So we need both an let's actually turn this off for a moment. There we go. So we know that this is the front end. So we need to close it off. And we need at least an opening for the ejection charge to blast through. But we also need to be able to have something such that the motor pushes against it and keeps it held in, if that makes sense. The other thing we can also do is we could also make it like a little like step here, such that the sled can only go in so far. We'll see. Thing is I don't know what the dimensions are. Oh wait, also, hold on. I've also found a different image that has different dimensions. So we had 13, we had the 24. Oh, that's C and D. Right, okay. E motors are just longer. And then EF are even longer. And wider. But we're gonna start with this. So this is meant to be something I can print on my printer. I'm just trying to think about this because I could potentially do the fins as separate pieces. I could chop them up into separate pieces. And that might be the way to go. Because if I make the fins separate, then I could theoretically print larger on my printer. So maybe we actually do that. Like, maybe I rethink this, because if I bring back the opacity on this, I do a measure from here to here. That's only 88 millimeters. And I think I can do 300 by 300. So that's 88 millimeters. So 88 millimeters is 3.5 inches. Which, thinking about it, that's not very wide. But you know what? Let's... This thing would be like a frickin' bullet. Like, it would just go. It would just go. Like, considering the length of the motor versus the length of the rocket, it would just go. A little 4-inch rocket to essentially wrap a motor case. That would... Thinking about it, that would be absolutely nuts. That would be the tiniest rocket ever. Which actually is kind of funny, if you think about it. That is actually very funny. Let's set the opacity on this back down. Okay. I mean, with these tolerances, we could almost even just do like a slip fit. Like, this thing could fit in your pocket. Hold on, I need a tape measure. Hold on. Yeah, I'm visualizing this in real space. And 4 inches wide is not a lot. So there's a combine here. Hold on, let's bring these back. That I'm pretty sure is what combines the fins to the... fins to body combine. So this is where the fins become part of the body.
Yes.
I'm kind of thinking we don't make them part of the body. All right, chat. I need input. Tiny rocket or larger rocket? Because it kind of matters which way we go with this. Like, are we doing like minimum sizing rocket? I need a pole. Tiny. Hey Mo, welcome on in. Let's do a 5-minute poll in the Twitch chat. It's going now. Dinner be back? You know, the thing is if we make this tiny, it's actually going to be harder to print. Believe it or not. Because the margins for everything are just going to be that much tighter. It's hilarious, don't get me wrong. It is absolutely hilarious. All right, let's do something here. Let's create a parameter, and this will allow us to toggle tiny or not tiny. There'll be no units on it, and it'll be 0 set to 1. So then this will be rocket diameter. It'll be if tiny rocket equals 1, then wait, hold on. I don't remember what it. I don't remember what the actual current dimension is. It's only 50. Interesting. Okay, so it's 50. All right. All right. So let's go back to our parameters. Rocket diameter will be if tiny rocket equals 1, 50. Otherwise, 100. So then now, if I change this to 0, we see that this parameter changes to 100. So now when we go back to the original sketch, so if we edit this sketch, we have this here where we can say rocket diameter divided by 2. So now when we go all the way up, we have short and fat. Or if we change the parameter from to tiny rocket, we see that everything updates. So we have the whole history changes based on that is hilarious. What I will say is I think these should be wider if we're not a tiny rocket. And I think the nose cone should be slightly longer if it's not a tiny rocket. All right, so let's edit this sketch. Oh wait, this. Wait, what happens if I change this? So if I do if tiny rocket equals 1, then it's 230. Otherwise, we'll say 300. All right, so let's see if I change the parameter and I come in here. Let's bring this in a little bit. I do this and I go tiny rocket 0. We see that it gets longer. Great. All right, so this is the sketch that I want to edit for. Wait, is it? It is. Okay, there we go. That's 20. So if we do that, so we do if tiny rocket equals 1, then 20. Otherwise 40. So then let's dimension these. So if tiny rocket equals 1, then 80. Wait, is it 80? Otherwise 100. Alright, so now we see... No, that's not right. This should be like, maybe like 60 and 80. Or no, I meant to type 80. So they at least have a little bit more control authority. So now if we come up here, change parameters, tiny rocket 1. Alright, what did I say the oh, it was 20. It was 20 millimeters. Alright, so then when we made the fins, the front fins, I said that this should be 20. Let's copy that. Yeah, finish that sketch. Oops. Let's edit the sketch. Let's dimension this and this. Can make it that. So I finished that sketch. Now I come here. So now if I change the parameter from tiny rocket to big rocket, we still have an issue with the placement. Change parameters. All right, so let's go back to tiny rocket. All right. Oops. I meant to do this. The upper ones will be an issue, though. Anyways, let's get back to the motor sled. Capacity control down to 10%. So I need two things. I need multiple things here, essentially. I think I need a visualization of what the motor looks like. So let's actually make that. So let's start with a D motor. Create a sketch on this plane. Let's create a circle. And this will be 24 millimeters in diameter. Let's finish the sketch. Let's turn off the motor sled for now. And then let's extrude this to go 70 millimeters. So that's a D motor. Let's set your opacity to like 50%. Can I also like lock you so you can't move? It doesn't matter. So this is our D motor. So if we bring back the motor sled, we can kind of see what we're working with here. So we've got a decent amount of clearance here for the sled. Maybe I should add a little bit more. But at the same time, this could just be a sled for a single... whatever, it doesn't matter. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a sketch on this plane. We're going to go from here to... Is it 30? That inner diameter. Let's just go 30. Nope. Let's do 32. Because we're just going to join this to the existing... we're just going to join it to the existing... all the way up. Okay, why does this not look right? So if I bring it this way... Wait, is this doing a ring? I don't want a ring. I want to do like a flat solid. Like I just wanted a circle. I'm gonna extrude it. So then if I take this and I go extrude... Wait, why are there two circles? I want... With the motor sled, I want to bring it this way. Right? Yeah, I want to bring it this way. I wish it would show me how much room I had. Wait, why? Hold on, cancel that. Sketches. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hey, Misadventures. How you doing? No, I did not go live and then forget that I was live. Hi. It's just a day where I happen to have a Saturday night to myself. But welcome on in. How you doing? Let's get a shout out for Misadventures. How you doing, buddy? Welcome on in. Now, so we're doing a little bit of CAD today. Using a bit of the old Autodesk Fusion today. So, you know, we do a lot of Rocket League. And I love rockets. So I think we're gonna join the League of Rockets and try and make our own rocket. So, what we're working on today is is essentially a tiny model rocket. That's gonna basically look like a starship, a SpaceX starship. So right now what we're doing is we're kind of modeling what I'm calling the motor sled. So essentially it is this, let's turn off the mid and upper body and then really bring down the opacity on that. Essentially it's going to be what contains the motor itself. Do we have anything that's like tan? Sure. We'll just make it look like leather. No. I don't want everything to look like that. I just want the appearance of this. Why is the whole sled going like that? Oh. D motor. Capacity control 100%. Yeah, so here we have the D motor. God damn it. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing that. But anyways, I think you understand the idea here. So the sled will hold the motor. And then the sled will slide into the lower body here. And kind of, it'll be essentially the motor retainer. Although I think I need to move the motor up a little bit. So the idea is that if you have like A motors, B motors, and D motors, or C and D, you can swap out the sled and then still use the rocket. That's the idea. But the problem is that what I realized is that we're dealing with such tight, I don't even want to call it tolerances, like such tight dimensions that this tiny rocket essentially wraps the motor and that's it. Like it's just a slip-on thing around the motor that it's going to be absolutely wild and go out of control. So I have a parameter in here. That's not what I wanted. I have a parameter such that if I change it from Tiny Rocket 0 to Tiny Rocket 1, the dimensions will change. But then the other aspect of this is that if you choose to, or if I choose to release it, the way this is going to work is there will be multiple, like you can print this mid-body section multiple times, and you'll be able to glue it together. So you could take like this upper body, and let's say we wanted to move it up. You can make a longer rocket based on however many mid-body sections that you print. Which I hope that makes sense. But we have essentially more. We have more room if we do a wider rocket. So like some of the tolerances and whatnot aren't as tight. But how you doing, Misadventures? What's new with you? Oh, I see that this... sketch. I see. It's not lined up. What is this? Yeah, there we go. That might be why I was getting two there. Seemed like there was two faces. All right. So let's finish that sketch, and now so now if I take this and I extrude from here, let's do join. I really should have just made this a solid. Wait. No, I want to extrude it this way. Yeah, there we go. Wait, why did YouTube just stop? Is YouTube still going? Yeah, it's healthy. All right, whatever. It's still going. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. What was that? I want to measure from here to here. Right, that was 15 millimeters. That was 30. All right. So let's turn off that. Actually, the motor, we should move that up a couple millimeters, I think. Unless we do this all with like slip fit. Which, based on these tolerances, that might not be a bad idea. Like going from here to here. Like 3 millimeters of tolerance. Problem is I don't know if that's enough to make it slip out. We might have to do multiple versions of this. Okay. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to make the we need to make like the ejection charge hole on this side. So we need to make a sketch. And we're going to make a circle. We're going to go 28 millimeters. Let's finish that sketch. And we're going to go this way, and it's going to be a cut. Let's do 4 millimeters. Nope, -4. -4. Yeah, it's going to be a cut. Wait, that's not wide enough. What's the diameter of the... Oh, you know what I didn't do? This should be the D-engine diameter minus 2 millimeters. That's what that should be. So the D motor will have the ability to push against this. So if we bring this down here so we can see... I want to measure. I think it's about 1 or 2 millimeters, which is not a lot. To be honest, it is not a lot. So this should at least hold the motor in. Although, actually, now that I think about it, let's edit this feature. Let's do -8 millimeters. And then we're actually going to move the motor up a bit, up a couple millimeters. And then we'll cut we'll make a cut that will give the motor the room it needs. Let's do 6mm. Nope. We're gonna do 4mm. All right, so essentially, our tube here is not long enough for the motor. Doesn't have enough dimension. So I need to go back in time. Is there a shortcut? Move timeline. I don't want to use the mouse. I want to use the shortcut. At least as far as 2021, it has not been addressed. So I think we're just gonna have to move. Actually, I think I really just need to edit this original sketch. Let's add another like 10mm. Now if we bring all this back up, yeah, we have that space that we need. But if I change it to large rocket, yeah, we still got it. But we're going to continue on with tiny rocket. Okay, so let's remove the lower body. So now we've got 4mm in the sled that we can add like a... I was thinking we add like a compliant mechanism. That can hold the motor. So let's do this. Let's create a sketch in this plane. I want to create a let's do 10mm, and then let's do 4mm. So what this is actually going to be is, actually no, hold on, let's edit the sketch. Let's do 2mm. This is actually going to be a cutout. in a weird way, and you'll see what I mean in a bit. So now if we extrude this, let's do this way. We'll do. Let's just do 8 millimeters. So now let's take this. Damn it! No. Rename. We'll call this compliant cutout. We're gonna move it to here. We'll hit OK. And then let's move it up. Let's move it this way. Let's move it like 4.5 millimeters. So now I want to take this compliant cutout and I want to mirror it. Now I want to mirror it on that axis. But I think I moved it too high. Let's edit that feature. So let's just do 3 millimeters. So what this will do is this will create slots. And then these slots, like these will be holes. And then in between here, what I'll do is I'll create a, I'll create like a little like, thing that comes out this way that will hold the motor in place. So hopefully the idea is that you'll be able to just kind of move these little pins out of the way, and then you'd be able to but you can kind of see it like here, is you just kind of be able to like move the pin out of the way and pull the motor out. That's the idea. Now whether that's going to work or not, I don't know yet. We're going to figure it out. So let's mirror these on there. But now, I think what I can do, so if I can do, nope, that's not what I wanted. I can do a combine, which will be a cut. Then the target body will be this. The tool bodies will be the motor sled. No. Wait, that's not right. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So now we can see that theoretically this piece might be compliant. I might need to adjust the sketch so that those are wider. But now theoretically that should be compliant. I think I actually do need to adjust the sketch. So let's make this 20 millimeters, in fact. So, we bring the D motor back in here. Now we just need something to retain the motor. Actually, you know what? Let me go see if I have any motors. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. So it turns out I do have some motors left over from many years ago. Oh, and in fact, I do have C motors, which is great because the C's and D's have the same dimension. So I don't have any D motors. But let me... God, this is going to be way difficult to measure. Okay, so it looks like the... It looks like for the motor, if we take off the sled for a moment... It looks like... So, the way the sled, or not the sled, the motor. So if we delete this and we look at the motor, there's like a paper casing around it, right? Like a cardboard casing. And that casing looks like it has a width of about 1/8 of an inch. So 1/8 is, let's bring out the calculator. One divided by 8 is 0.125 inches. Which 0.125 inches is 3 millimeters. It's 3.175 millimeters, but close enough. So we need to come in at least I'm kind of worried this is too large, but we need to come in we need to come in a bit here. Actually, I still think this is not enough. Let me edit that sketch. Let's just do 30 millimeters. Because that'll be enough that I think that like it'll be thick enough and will come out. All right, so now I need to add something that will come in and not go too wide. But actually, let's do this. If we have just this, actually, let's not create a sketch. I actually want to inspect. Let's measure from here to there. Right, the diameter is 24. So 24 millimeters by 23, and minus 3 would be 21. So I want to create a sketch on this plane that's 22 millimeters. So when I come to cut these out, I don't want to overlap into the motor section itself. Does that make sense? I hope it does. All right, so let's create a sketch here. So we're gonna go on this face. We'll do that. Let's dimension that to that. Let's do 3 millimeters. Yeah, let's do it like that. So let's finish that sketch. So now we can extrude it. Actually, hold on. Before we extrude it, though, we should take a measurement. To go from here to... So that's 5 millimeters. So now if we go from there to 4 millimeters? That doesn't make sense. What? That's 5 millimeters. Oh, wait. Hold on here. That's not what I'm selecting. Either way, we know that this to this is 5 millimeters. So we need at least 6 millimeters. I want... Nope, not you. You are the wrong selection. Let's delete that one. Let's extrude that 6 millimeters. Now let's move this there. So that lines up. So you can kind of see the idea here is that that's going to line up. So let's mirror that on that axis. So we can do a modify combine. So the target body will be the motor sled, and then it'll be these two. It'll be a join. So now I think you hopefully kind of understand the idea here behind this. In that the, like, on how that's like a retainer. That if it's compliant enough, you can like move it out of the way. Okay, so this is what it looks like without the motor inside. Wait. Oh, the D motor is still too long. Oh, no, that's the wrong way. Combine. I want to combine. I want the D-motor sled and the motor. Oh wait, although, hold on, let's edit this feature, but keep both tools. I want to keep that motor so I can see it. Yeah, the what we did here wasn't right. Alright, what is this sketch? Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, yeah. Alright, so it's this sketch that I need to... No, I don't think so. I think really what I need to do is, before I do this cutout, I need to do an extrusion. I think I need to extrude this like 10 millimeters. So now when I do this, I bring that motor in. You can see that the motor should fit in that hole there. And yeah, I know it's kind of stepped down like this, but honestly, I think that's fine. And then we have the retainer on the back end. And when that charge fires, we should have we should see that come through now. So now the question is we need that sled to lock into the model. And this is why I went back and wanted to change things. Because what I'm thinking is when we look at it like this, let's get the motor out of there. It's a little hard to see because of that step there, but if we're focused on this face here, what I want is like a flat pin that locks this in place on both the top and bottom. And so that flat pin, kind of similar to the retaining motor, will keep the sled from, you know, it'll transfer the load from the sled to the body, essentially. Now, is this a good idea? Probably not, because it's putting all of that force on tiny little pins. Versus having the sled interface directly with the model. Like, kind of like how the motor pushes all the way in against the sled. Which maybe we do that. Alright, so let's turn off the motor sled, and I'm actually going to... I'm going to kind of do something similar, where I extrude... and then we cut out. I think. Actually, before we do this, though... I think the mid... I guess the locations of the mid and upper body don't matter right now. No, maybe they don't matter. All right, so let's create a sketch here on this plane. Let's do 38 millimeters. Finish that sketch. And then we're going to extrude. It was 16 millimeters. Wait, edit this feature. No, I want a new body. So in this body, we'll move it so that it is up here. So now that comes through. So now we can take this body and combine it with the... We can take the lower body and that body. And we can combine them. Then when we bring back the sled, we can do another combination of this and that. We're going to do a cut, but we're going to keep both. So now if I take the lower body and I decrease it, and then turn this off? Wait, what? Oh. Here's what I was talking about. Let me bring this opacity back a bit. Like 40. So now we see where that cutout lies. So that should be exactly where the motor sled lines up, which it is. Direction outside. What don't you like? Shall not be created at this thickness. Yeah, I don't know what the tolerance is going to be here. Well, actually, maybe I do this. Maybe I just... So because this is just a circle... Hey, Hugin, welcome back. I'm hungry, but I don't want to cook anything, so I just won't eat.
129 just subscribed for 14 months. I'm hungry, but I don't want to cook anything, so I just won't eat lamau.
That's not a lamau, sir. That's not a lamau. You need to put things in that mao. So eat. That doesn't make sense, but whatever. You get what I'm saying. Welcome on in. How you doing? How's your face? How's the rest of you? So we're doing a little bit of CAD design today. We are making a model rocket that looks like a SpaceX Starship. And we're trying to make it at such a size that it is 3D printable. You're doing all right. That's excellent. And your face still looks like Frankenstein's creation, so you got that going for you. Well, that's debatable whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. All right, so we are right now working on this lower fin cam, essentially. And the idea is that if we have our motor, let's just call this our rocket motor. We're gonna have essentially a sled that contains the motor, and so this will have a little retaining pin. It'll have a cutout on the other side, so that the ejection charge for the parachute can come through, so it doesn't burn it. And then this sled will then slide into this lower body section here, as you can see. And so so yeah, that is kind of how it's planning to work. One thing I noticed is that I did not have I don't have the cutout for the ejection charge up at the top, so we need to fix that. But then you'll have what I'm calling like a mid body, and the idea is that you'll be able to print as many mid bodies as you want, glue them together, and you can have a rocket of whatever size you want. And then you'll have your upper body, which is your nose cone, and that will slip fit into a into essentially almost like an adapter, or maybe not an adapter. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We might slip fit it. And then we'll be able to pop this off when the ejection happens, so that the parachute comes out. Comic Wolverine is only half an inch taller than me. Well, speaking of things that are not very tall, not very long, this whole rocket is from here to here. No, that's from. Why can I not pick that point? This whole rocket is not very large, to be honest. Like, it's like when you look at like the size of the motor compared to the lower body, Like if we set this to 40%, like this is like a third of the body length. So, you know, when you got something that's less than 3 inches, this whole rocket is maybe 9 inches. He says, hey, that's average size. Like, just as general rough estimates. But I forgot to do the cutout for the motor. Where did I do that? Mid body and upper body I don't want. Actually, I might just have to redo it. But also we do have an ad break happening right now. Alright, so that's 18 millimeters. Alright, so we could easily just re-extrude this. Recreate this stretch. This should be 36. So finish that sketch. So let's... And this way, we will extrude it. That way. Just do like 40. Say new body. Bring the lower body back. Let's set the opacity to 90%. Lurk TOS. What about TOS? Now let's move this up. Because essentially we're just gonna do a cutout here. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Where's the motor sled? Oh, that was too wide. Was this 24? Yeah, let's make it 24. Yeah, there we go. So now we'll have that come through. If I take off the motor sled here. Yeah, so we'll have this little step here that will retain the sled and take the force. And then we'll have essentially like a little ejection port for any the ejection charge as it comes through. And then that'll expand out into the larger volume of the mid body. Oh, it got windy. Oops, I just hit the mic on accident. Let's see, what's the weather supposed to be like? The weather here has been absolutely terrible. I don't know about anyone else, but Like, I'm almost to the point where, like, it makes more sense for me to send my telescope to Texas to do astro, because there's just no point in me doing any astro here. Like, it's been that bad. I think over the past month and a half, I've had 2 days. 2 nights. God, I keep hitting the mic. And it's not even until Monday night that I'll have another opportunity, potentially. So it's just kind of, blah, you know? Yeah, bullshit drama. All right. So we are almost done with our... We're almost done with our fin can. So the last thing that we need to do... Is there anything... Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Now the last thing that we need to do is we need to retain the motor sled in the fin can here. So I'm thinking of doing that with like square pins, essentially, kind of similar to this. Let's do, yeah. Edit sketch. Let's dimension this to this. Then we'll dimension this to that. Hey, Ghost, how you doing? Welcome on in. What's happening? Let's also get a shout out. You know, I forgot to get a shout out for Hugin. Hugin's been streaming. Ghost is streaming. Go follow everyone. Not doing that good, but better than I was this morning. Oh no, what happened? Let's do 3 millimeters. What is... Wait, 3 millimeters is essentially 1/8 of an inch. That might be too thick. Maybe let's do 2.5 millimeters. A bad asthma attack this morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now let's create a parameter. So this will be a motor sled thickness to 2.5 millimeters. So then when I did this edit feature, this will be motor sled thickness. Got home and tried to stream this morning for about 1.5 hours, but had to call it. Ugh, I'm sorry. All right, we're gonna have a motor sled width I think I currently have it to like 3, if I remember correctly, and then we'll have motor sled height, and then we'll call, I think it's currently set to 5, but because these are parameters, I can come back and edit these later. So this will be motor sled height, and this will be motor sled width. So now I can move call this motor sled retaining pin. So let's move it, we'll translate it, and this will be negative motor sled width divided by 2. So now whenever I change this value, it'll always be centered. And then now I want to move this retaining pin up. Oops. What am I 3D printing? So, right now I am designing a model 3D rocket that will essentially look like a SpaceX Starship. So let me come back out here and kind of go to the whole view here. And so right now what we're working on is this lower fin can that will house the motor and what I'm calling the motor sled that holds the that holds, you know, the engine in it. And then we have a midsection, like a mid body and an upper body. And so the idea right now is that this sled you'll be able to change it out. So like, for example, if I create a sled for like a motor for Estes motors, so they have A, B, and C sizing. So the idea, and I might have, I don't know if I've done this right or not, but the idea is that the sled will be easily adjustable for what size motor you're using. So you could swap out a sled if you want to change motors. So if you want to fly it higher, you know, go up from an A to a C, or a C to an E. That's kind of the general idea, if that makes sense. Is that I'll easily be able to, you know, pop them in and out. So that's the general idea. And then the other thing is that this midsection here, I'm going to make it so that that you can print as many sections as you want, so that you can make a rocket as long as you want. However, I think what I need to do is ensure that I think I'm gonna make it slip fit. I don't know if I want to do that yet or not, but the idea is to make it, you know, so that you can put as many midsections in as you want based on how you on the size of motor that you use. So if you need a longer one, you could copy, you know, you could print 3 of them, fly higher, you know, and all that. Because, you know, I do a lot of Rocket League. I like rockets. So let's join the League of Rockets. It's just a natural progression. Am I right? I feel like I'm right on that. Because I used to launch a bunch of rockets when I was young with my dad. Now, some of the things that may trip me up in this are things such as like the tolerances. So in my head, I don't have a good idea as to like what the tolerance between the sled and the lower body should be, if that makes sense. Wait. I know nothing of rockets or RC cars. There we go. I didn't want to keep both tools there. So how do I describe this? You know, here, maybe I can take a photo of like the thing that I'm talking about. So maybe it'll be easier to understand. All right, let me see if I can pull up this image. All right, so this is what a rocket motor looks like for a model rocket. So this is actually a C size motor, which is this size here. So C and D have the same diameter. The only difference is how full the casing is in terms of powder. So a C motor has only like half the amount of propellant. And so when we look at this is essentially what which is that right there. Which let's bring that back in here. So that here is our motor. So it's going to be retained by this motor sled here. And that motor sled will push against the lower body and ultimately transfer force into the upper and mid body all as one section. At least that's the idea. We will see how well this 3D prints and whether or not my tolerances are absolutely wacky or if I need to adjust things. But the good thing is that with this CAD software, if I need to like go back in time to like here, you know, something where like I didn't even have the can, I can go back, make an adjustment, and it propagates downstream. So I can edit the full history. So if my tolerance here is not right, I can easily adjust that. And then the idea is that this sled here, I don't know why I call it a sled, but the idea is that the sled will hold the motor in this cavity. It'll push against this retaining ring at the back, and then these little pins here will hopefully be compliant enough that you can just push from one end and like, you know, pull these back a little bit without cracking the plastic. And then that will allow you to pull the motor out and put a new one in. So we're trying to we're very ambitious with this project, but all of the fundamentals are there. If that makes sense. So that's what we're working with right now. To kind of get you up to speed. Not at first, but I get it now. Yeah. So the thing that we're working on right now at this moment in time is so even though we have a motor in a sled, and this motor stays connected to the sled throughout the entire flight, we still now need to make sure that this sled is contained in the body of the rocket itself, because what we don't want to happen is for the rocket to launch, and then as soon as the motor no longer has any propellant, it blasts itself out the bottom and doesn't stay connected to the rocket, you know? Because we want the propellant, or not the propellant, the parachute to deploy, which we're gonna get to that later. So what I was working on is essentially these this pin that you should hopefully be able to put the pin in really tightly, and it'll keep everything contained. So the idea... Wait, I just thought of something. This might not work. Does anyone see why this might not work? So removal of the motor requires removing the sled. But in order to remove the sled, you got to remove this pin. But if that pin is too far in, you can't get to it. Unless we make the pin accessible from the outside. Like, we go all the way through. That's one way we could do it. Make it a screw pin instead. Yeah, but see, I'm trying to make this such that you don't need to you don't need tools, if that makes sense. Oh, this should be motor sled retainer. They have coin style screws. All you need is a coin. Yeah. I'm not fully sure how to do that though. So here's the other thing. Regarding this. So even if I make this 3D printable, even if I model it, the tolerances here, the problem is that all of this is small enough that it's not going to fit well, if that makes sense. Like, because it's so small, the tolerance on the printing will have to be very, very, very tight. Does that make sense? Like, essentially to the point of, like, you can't make mistakes. In terms of, like, millimeters. Like, this gap here might be, like, 1 or 2 millimeters. In fact, we might be able to measure it. Yeah, I think that's 1 millimeter of tolerance. But it'd make the pin accessible from outside. Yes, however, the distance from here to... Nope. From here to here is 2 millimeters. That's not a lot for a pin to go into. Which is why I'm kind of thinking this thing might need to just be extractable from the outside. Just go all the way through. If I make this 15, you know, something like that. Like something that's like, it's enough that you can grab it and pull it out. You know? But would also potentially hold on to the thing. Like, I understand what you're saying. It's essentially similar to what's called a grub screw. Where you screw it in from the outside to retain something. Let's edit this feature. So I want to move it this way, like 10 millimeters. And then take this, we'll mirror it on nope, that's not what I wanted. Create mirror. I want it on there. Yeah, so this is kind of the original thought here, was to do this. So I'm gonna do a combine. So the target body is that. It's gonna be a cut. It's gonna be that and that. So now that cuts through there. And then I need to do another combine with the motor sled with those. Actually, let's edit this feature, and I don't need the tools after that. So now, actually no, I do want the tools. Yeah, because I do want the pins to be able to print them. So now you can be able to push these all the way in. It'll hold the sled in. You'll still be able to grab it by fingers. I hope. if you can't, I'll have to edit it a little bit. Why can't I insert... a McMaster car component? Is that only in assemblies? So like there is a catalog of like existing components. Change the design type to hybrid. How can I change it to hybrid? I don't need to render. I don't need an animation. Manufacture, drawing. Hold on, let me blur this real quick, so I can go back to like the home page. I don't know how to change this to a hybrid. Oh, document settings. There we go. And now, theoretically, hey, there we go. We'll connect you to an external. Look, I'm gonna go lay down because I feel like poo poo, and Haunt wants me to eat something. Yes, eat something. You and Hugin both need to eat. Go get food. All right. Hey, okay, here we go. We got, screws and bolts and pins and honestly, maybe I think some of the shims might have been nice. Ooh, that. Do they have grub screws? They do have grub screws. Yeah, maybe nylon. Nylon tip. Can I, like... Oh, everything's in inches. Oh, here we go. Length. What did I say my length of that was? I said it was 15 millimeters. So if I go back to... God damn it. Grub screws. So I need something in millimeters. Oh look, they have standard sizes, which is great. Alright, metric. Alright, here we go. Length. So that's 15 millimeters. You know what, though? Let me take a measurement here. The sled out of here. Retaining pins out of here. Let's do a measurement from here to there. So that's 13.6 millimeters. So 13.6 millimeters. So I guess the question is do we want the grub screw to go all the way to the motor? If we choose to use one. Grub screws metric. Let's do 14 millimeters. Do soft tip. We're not doing SolidWorks. I think I want the step file. Hey, I do believe that you want the step file. Welcome on in, Dream Spectre. How you doing? Yeah, we want... Let's do this. You want 90 degrees. Not too bad. Saw Hobby Rockets, got excited. Saw 3D modeling, got even more excited. Minus 6.5. Yeah, there we go. So, Dream Spectre, what we are doing today is we are attempting to 3D model our own version of a SpaceX Starship model rocket. Now, it's not going to be full realism, because when you look at the like actual V3 Starship, the forward fins are actually like lifted. They're a little bit leeward, and I'm not going to do that in term like just to keep it like aerodynamically stable, because obviously we don't have thrust vector control here. But the idea is that we will have I'm calling it a fin can. There'll be a midsection where you can print multiple of them based on how long you want the rocket to be. And then there will be a forward section, an upper body, that you'll be able to, that will be what detaches when it comes time for parachutes. Does that make sense? Most definitely. Yeah. And so we've spent a lot of work on this fin can down here today. Because the way I did quite a bit of hobby rockets in my early... I did too! And that's exactly why I want to do this. So the idea here is that so let's bring it back to basics here. So if we have our motor, so we're just going to call this like an ST's a D motor. So it's 24 millimeters diameter, 70 millimeters long. So we're using this as our base. So we've got our motor, and then I've made something that I'm calling a motor sled. It's kind of a retainer, like motor retainer. That might be a better name for it. So the purpose of this question for the central body, though, have you considered an alternate version with stabilizing fins as well for those long bodies? I have not yet. But the thing is that when we print it, I can actually go back in time and change the length of some of the rear fins for more stability. Now, here's the thing though. The goal of this is for me to be able to print it on my 3D printer, and I do not have a big one. So we're trying to keep things in as few parts as possible. However, you also have to remember that forward fins moves the center of pressure forward. And if your center of pressure is too far forward, it's going to become unstable. Sorry, I shouldn't say pressure. The center of lift is what I meant to say. So if you have lifting bodies further forward, that could bring the center of lift forward and make it unstable too much. Which this is the thing about Kerbal Space Program. I was thinking more modular, since you'll have the option of printing additional segments to lengthen the body. You could print multiple to get your length, then have an alternate version that you print just one of with the fins. So, I mean, the other thing that we could potentially do is make it so that you just glue the fins onto the fin can instead. Let's rename this. Instead of having it be too... So actually, one of the things I do want to do is I combined the fins onto the fin can. I might just undo that, so then you just print the fins and glue them on yourself. Where did the tires go? Welcome on in, Carlos. How you doing? So we're doing a bit of 3D modeling right now. I'm trying to design a 3D printable model rocket that will essentially look like a SpaceX Starship. So that is the goal. And it's something that like I can print on my small 3D printer in obviously in pieces. And then be able to launch it. So I was just talking to Dream Spectre about the whole design here, and that there's essentially a fin can, a midsection, and an upper body, and the midsection will be, in theory, modular to the point that you can print as many as you want, and then you stack as many as you want, and glue them together, and then you have a rocket as long as you want it to be. The other thing that's supposed to be modular, well, sorry, let me back up before I talk about that. The upper body is meant to be able to detach, similar to a nose cone in most model rockets. This will be one piece that will detach, and you'll have your parachute that you'll attach to the inner wall or something. I haven't quite figured that out yet. If your print bed can manage the fin can with fins attached, I think it would be best to keep them a single body. I agree. 100% agree. Plus having the two fins will make it more similar to a SpaceX Starship. 100% agree. The other thing that we could do is we could print it and then add two like pins, like just essentially like circle pins that we would put into the body we'll cut out from the fin and the body, that essentially would go like this. So then you could bond the two with glue or epoxy or whatever, and you'll have a little bit of structure there for this. And it will be, you can key it essentially so that it'll always line up straight. The ADHD part of my brain says big things better, though, so I imagine at some point printing like 10 copies of the mid body, which is where the mid fins came to mind. Right. But again, that's where, when you have that lifting body or that center of lift too far forward, any slight shift in, let's say, just say like it turns slightly, will cause the lift to just make it flip out of control, which we don't want. So if you've ever played Kerbal Space Program, you'll know this by like if you've ever made planes there. But yeah, I do agree that I do want to try and print these as one piece. What we're working on when everyone came in is trying to figure out how to do a grub screw. What about mid fins on a 90-degree rotation though? I'm only pulling from bits and pieces of memory, so take it with a bit of salt. So you're saying that, let's say the top, well, just as an example, is rotated 90 degrees out of phase, or not out of phase, but like 90 degrees from the rear fins. I guess theoretically you could do it. Like everything that I said about the forward lift applies to these little fins up front. However, my goal with this is to try to make it look like a starship, you know. So like, yes, and maybe I could make it so that you can rotate it if you want to. That being said, that lift, what it would do is, no, for sure in the model concept, just theorizing here, right? So the thing with that though is if you turn this sideways, any rotation this way in the, like, let's say the model starts tilting this way, these fins can't correct it, right? So and the same with the other ones. There's nothing that would prevent it from tumbling end over end, in a way. Whereas at least with these being in line, if the front fins start producing lift this way, these ones should theoretically help stabilize, right? So if it starts tilting up, these ones should help keep the airflow kind of going straight, you know? There's nothing, like, they kind of work together in a way. But at the same time, when you start getting into... Now granted, this is not going to go supersonic, but if you get into supersonic, then you start getting a shockwave that can impinge on the aerodynamics of these. So that's a whole different regime that I know nothing about. But that's if you're going really, really fast. Definitely had a few rockets just lay themselves down shortly after launch because of an off wind or the like. I'd be curious to see the aerodynamics flows of having a set of forward and rear fins inline with a set of mid fins offset by 90. I think Autodesk can do that. I don't know how. I think it can actually do like computational fluid dynamics. Fusion 360 can, but I believe it's only the paid version. Well, I think Fusion 360 just became Fusion. I don't think 360 exists anymore. It says, oh yeah, old habits. Alright, so here's kind of what we're thinking here, is that this, like this grub screw, you can buy it, or maybe you can print it, I don't know. Is you'd then be able to remove the sled. Sorry for the tangent though, just got the gears turning. It's a lot of fun to think about, so don't be upset. Hold on, this is gonna fly. That's the goal, Carlos. We're gonna make something that can hopefully fly. Let's just join those into one body. Rename that grub screw. The hope is to fly, or at least fall gracefully upwards. The thing is, like, I don't know if I like having the metal grub screw. So if I mirror this, and then I mirror it on that one. And we can move these, I guess 12 millimeters. How about falling with style? Exactly. So the idea here now is that this grub screw you can access it from the outside, and it'll retain the motor and the sled, as well as like transfer any force. You know. Although I wanna redo those retaining pins and undo them. Yeah, let's delete that. Delete that. So I don't need these retaining pins. And now I can do I need to figure out what this does. What is that offset phase? What does that do? Hold on. Let's edit the feature. Let's put it up to like 10 millimeters. Oh, it just expands it. Ha! Okay. That's kind of funny. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't realize that offset face just means expand by. All right, but we need some way to cut these grub screws out. It looks like a bullet. It kind of did. Wait. Why do these look like different widths? There we go. An exterior offset like that would expand while interior offset is drastically different. It sure is. Well, let me look for grub screws. See if they have. What did I choose for this? Is there like a properties? Circles are also weird with the offset face operation. I've not really used them much. So take everything I'm doing with a grain of salt because I am learning this on the fly. I am teaching it to myself live. So take that with a grain of salt. So like I don't have an idea of like what tolerances should be, you know? Totally get it. I'm by no means a pro. I do exactly the same. Right, exactly. Bill of materials. Nothing. Oh, here we go. I started to learn it when I took a class for game design and have just tinkered with it over the years since. Right. Wait, so if I copied this, can I copy? I can copy it. And then if I go to McMaster Car, can I look for that piece? Is it just this? I can. What program am I using? I am using Autodesk Fusion right now. All right. Excellent. Yes, yes, which we did. So if I come back to solid here and I go to insert, I can insert a McMaster Car component. I just wanted to make sure that if I went to like the website, I could, you know. Oops. Which that's how I got the step file. So this was the component that I chose. I might choose the 10 millimeter. What is all this? That's what I meant. Not sure if it's still there or not, but within that insert page, there used to be a link you could... Oh, really? It's interesting. Okay, so if I came here and I go to metric, let's say I went to the 14 millimeter. I went tip here. Yeah, this one. How do I go back? Let's just do this. I think this is literally just a browser. I don't know if this is on McMaster Car or not. I think this is just a browser. Because it looks like if I log in, or if I were to create an account and log in, I could do something. Oh, okay, okay. Used to be able to just view the product page. I see. Okay, so these are essentially M5 then. Yeah, I want to see not well, I think the screw head is M5 is what it was saying. Because I say that because when I was looking at this, it had it had a section here that it was contained in. So I think this screw head is M5. But yes, it does come in a package of 5. But notice it is an M5 screw. My grandpa on my mom's side had a machining workshop. They make metal and plastic pieces mainly. My mom and 3 uncles keep it going. Oh, I see. You were hovering over the package quantity column. Definitely an M5. Yes. Grandpa passed away 5 years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. So I want to see what these I'm just gonna combine these. Rename. So this is M5 0.8 10 millimeter grub screw. So that's wait. I didn't need a new component. I just wanted to combine these into one body. So this, let's rotate it. The axis will be go 90. Nope, wrong axis. 90, but let's reselect the axis. Come on, you showed me. Oops, not that axis, apparently. There we go. Yeah, let's also translate. Nope. Let's also translate it up. So the okay, so in this case, if we were like, we could make it so that it screws all the way down, right? And you screw it all the way down to the motor. You know, kind of like, you know, whatever. And then that way it's recessed into the rocket. Are you wanting to print the threads as part of the model? I don't think so. I think I want to leave... I think I want the grub screw to be able to make the threads itself, because this is just going to be plastic, right? Because I don't know that I trust the yeah, I think yeah, I don't think I want the nylon tip, do I? I think I want just like the regular like tip. Yeah, I don't think I want this one. Do you want to make it all in a single print or print the pieces? So we're gonna print multiple pieces here. So the mid body and upper body obviously are their own thing, but I'm thinking the motor retainer and the fin can will be 2 pieces. Because the idea is that if you're doing ST's rockets, these come in different sizes. So the idea was that I was going to be able to go back in time and change the motor size dynamically so that you could print multiple sleds based on which motor you want to use. Now, this may be ambitious, and I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's very ambitious. Great Scott! Yeah, exactly. Those are Presto logs? But I don't know if these are the screws that I want. Now, so what I will say is I will probably print it with like a pre-drill hole. So those have like a powder or liquid inside. It is a solid rocket motor. Which you can see in this image that I took earlier. It is filled with a propellant inside that you put an igniter on, and this igniter, so this is currently upside down, meaning fire will come out this end, so flamey end up right now, and then on the other, boy, that looks dangerous. And then on the other side, you can't quite see it, but like about halfway, since this is a C, there's then a delay charge. And that delay charge, once it finishes, will pop a like an ejection charge on the bottom end. So what happens is that as the motor burns, let's come back here. Let's look at it from here. The fin can, let's make this 50% opacity. The motor retainer, let's make that 60%, and then let's bring the D motor back in here. So we have our D motor here, this solid thing here. Just imagine the trial and error that took to develop. I mean, that's called research and development. So it'll light from the back here, and so, you know, flamey end will come out this way, and it'll burn like this. And then about here, about halfway, is when you get into this delay charge. And the delay charge is specifically timed for a set amount. And that is based on the motor itself that you have. So they have a certain amount of... there's a chart that you can look at for the for them. I think I want C. So I have a C60. Maybe they're not large. Maybe they're standard. Yeah, essentially like this. So you can then go and look at it here. So C60. And you can see zero delay engine. 1.6 seconds of thrust, sustained thrust, 110 Newton seconds. Perfect for rockets under 4 ounces. Maybe it doesn't. It should have a delay. Here we go. Thrust. Oh, okay. So that 0 is a time delay of 0 is nothing. I don't know why, but I have an overwhelmingly urge to call you Skeeter. That's essentially what this rocket is going to be. It's just going to go super fast. So it's going to go super fast, hopefully. And then pop parachute like immediately. But like if I wanted to, like I could go and look for like D engines or, you know, something larger. C5, let's look at the tech specs. Okay, so this has a time delay of 5 seconds. So it'll launch for, like it'll thrust for 1.6 seconds and then coast for 5 seconds before it pops the parachute. So it really just depends on the motor that you're trying to use. What's a C11? What do you got? Oh my! Did you know there's a random appearing Slenderman Easter egg in Phasmo? I did not know that. That's pretty cool though. So when we compare that previous motor to what I have, look at this thrust curve. So this thrust curve, it spikes real quick, but then it sustains, you know, and then it's done over a course of 1.5 seconds. This one, in less than a second, just peaks the same amount of thrust, but it's more thrust. Yeah, it's more. No, I don't want that. It's more thrust, but the same amount of impulse. So it'll lift faster, and then, yeah, basically, but just for half the time. So if you have something heavy, like heavier, you might choose a C11 versus a C0 or a C6. Hopefully, because this will be 3D printed, will be super light. Like I don't know right now what our total like filament usage will be. Actually, we might be able to set materials in here. So like, for example, yeah, physical material. Yeah. Gotta be careful not to use a heavy charge or the rocket might blow up in pieces. Yeah. I want plastic. Oh, so there's ABS plastic. Why is there no? Yeah, it might be. Poly epic. Actually, I might be doing Pet G though. Hey, Hugin, coming in with the first. Alright, let's see here. Do they have it? No. Can I create a custom one? Because I'm not doing this out of steel. Veggie is generally more dense than PLA. Yes. Yes. Fusion additive. Oh, here we go. Nylon. Can I do a custom material? Yes, apparently you can. Choose a material that is similar. Alright, so let's go back to the additive. Let's go to the ABS. PC ABS plastic. Why cannot... Alright, so if I come back here and I set this back to 100. Alright, so we've got plastic essentially, I think. So then let's duplicate this, but let's edit it. And we'll call this pet G. So then pet G density typically ranges from 1.23 grams per centimeter cubed and 1.29, the average being 1.27. I'm actually going to make it, I'm going to go on the higher end. I want put in the description. Okay, appearance, whatever, it's fine. Physical, name, description. Printed. Call this pet G, structural plastic. The thermoplastic, basic thermal. I don't care about that. Mechanical. Density. So this is 1.29. We're gonna go on the high end. Alright, so now we have pet G. And then let's apply it to everything here. Let's take the motor off. Let's hide the grub screws. So the retainer, that, and that. So everything should be pet G now. And then everybody, what's your opacity? That's why you're looking see-through. Alright, so then if we get our motor in there, which for some reason looks like steel, and then we bring these back. Okay, so we've got our screws. which I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna have like a pre-drill kind of thing. So it'll be easy to start, and it won't crack. Auto disk fusion. Oh, here. Okay, here. So here's the other thing, is that just because we're using PETG does not mean that the weight is gonna be this. It's actually gonna be less. So this assumes 100% infill. So if we use something less, like if we use like a 20% infill, this is gonna drop down to 26 grams for just the fin can. So this thing, 26 grams out of 113. So if we come back here and we do the same for the mid body. So this will be 12 grams. If again, we're assuming 20% infill. It'll be a bit more since you have to take the walls into account, but right. We're just doing close approximation. So that'd be 12 plus, what did I say for the first one? 26? 12 plus 26. And 12 plus 26 plus upper body. 36. And then the motor retainer. Be 4 grams. So 78 grams out of 113. So if we take that, if we do this math here, so 113 divided by, what do we say, 74? We have a thrust to weight ratio of 1.5. Wait, is that right? No, that's not right. I think you'll be closer to that 113, not sure on the engine weight though. Well, the engine weight is 21.5 grams. So 74 plus 21, 95. So 100. Also, why is this saying 18 millimeters? I thought it was 24. Yeah, it'll be close. Is this also 18 millimeters? No, this is 24, but it's a C engine. I'm very confused. Alright, well, we're doing a C11. And our weight budget has gone up. Although I'd probably still try it with this. Also, I don't know where my calipers are to see if this is actually right or not. So I have a tape measure. So let's see here if I can get this. So Alright, so it's a diameter of roughly 3/4 of an inch. Let's see, what is that in metric? 0.75. So 19 millimeters. So this might, yeah, so this is closer to the 18 millimeter. So theoretically, what I have might actually be too small for what I've designed. So I've got a couple here. I've got a couple A's and a couple C's. And some B's. Some B motors. Which, believe it or not, the B is actually like the same size as the C. Your body name says D, that's intended. Yes. So, this retainer is right now designed for the D, the 24 millimeter D engines. Which the C that I have is smaller than that. So that's an interesting problem that we'll have to solve. I should have done a lot of I should have done more things via parameters. There is one thing. There's a couple things in the back of the history that if I had gone back and done it right with a parameter, I could essentially come in here and change something, and the whole model will change and adjust to do it. You know, it does kind of make sense. However, this only holds it in 2 dimensions. So it could wobble back and forth, you know? Because it's only 2 screws. So this could theoretically impart like a torque and make this thing wobble. My solution many years ago was a hot glue gun. Yes. But the idea here is to try and be modular. So that we don't have to do that. You know? That's the goal. Alright, so let's look at this from the top. What about 3 points of contacts with grub screws instead of 2? That is an option. That increases our weight. Because of the grub screws. You know, let's do this. I've saved. Let's go back 1 step here. And let's actually pattern the grub screw. Create pattern. Circular pattern. The axis will be this. Nope. Nope. Try again. That one. There. So here we have 3. And if I delete this, oh, you know what? I should have moved it first. Alternatively, you could do a second set of grub screws further up the body and rotate it by 90 degrees. Yeah. It would. Let's just do like 16 millimeters. So now, that being said, is if we do, so really, so here's my issue though, is that the grub screws kind of almost make me not need the motor retainer, right? Like you could just grub screw it in. You know? And that effectively, well, so if I did this, I would duplicate them and have 6. Potentially even rotate them offset. But I mean, you're not wrong. Think without a mechanical bonding with the engine, there's a lot of room for mishaps. Yes, I agree. I agree. Change parameter. Notice of retainer. Thickness. Did I change this to 2? Nope. That's not what I wanted. All right, anyways. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, the thing is I don't have a good understanding of tolerances. And just thinking ahead regarding ensuring the grub screws are turned equally, you could print a reusable spacer to hold the engine in place exactly. Tighten the screws, then remove the spacer. Kind of like a jig, I think is what you're trying to say. Am I right? General rule of thumb at this scale, 0.1 millimeters tolerance would likely be okay. I've been leaving like a millimeter of tolerance. Oh boy. Might be too much. Like, it also depends on the resolution of your printer. Let me check. Hold on. Let me just make sure this doesn't do something weird or show something weird. But 1 millimeter is pretty big. Yeah, see that's kind of the thing is with the resolution of my printer and what it can actually do, I don't know what a good tolerance is. Especially with circles, you have to remember to essentially double it. Okay, so my printer, I'm doing a layer height of 0.2 millimeters. I think I can do... Oh, no, sorry. Wait. Yes, 0.2. My first suggestion would be to print the first 5 to 10 layers of each part and see how they interface. That's not a bad idea. Like, if I can fit them together. Or not... Yeah, just do like a dry fit without wasting all of the filament. Right, yeah. You've done that loads over the years. You know, the other thing that I was thinking is with these screws, theoretically, I could also just... I could also just do like a wedge. And you just push the wedge in enough that it contacts everything and holds it all in. You know? And that I could 3D print. So, say for example, I had, like, if we're looking at, you know, here, definitely saves on cost and weight. Yeah, and then I don't have to order anything from McMaster Car. You know, so say for example, I had a circle or a front. We're looking at this from the bottom of the rocket, and this is a hole. Let's say I drilled it from the top along like where the screw is. Like let's say I was drilling a hole for this. I could just you know, print like a wedge, something like this, that you just drive it in. The only concern would be the wedge dislodging. Yeah. It would need to be like a shallow angle, I think. Oops. Wow, I didn't know middle click could do something in MS Paint. I mean, the other option is trying to print my own threads, but I don't know if my printer can do that. Maybe it could if I do it wide enough. You could always choose a grub screw with a larger thread spacing and print them. But you'd want to cut the threads in the model as well. Yes. So, right. So let's say for now we do that. Let's create a sketch. Yeah, let's create a sketch on this face. We'll just do it over here. Let's do... You can get some serious friction between printed parts, so the threads could be super wide. Right, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's do like 6 millimeters? No. 8 millimeters. Wait, how wide are the grub screws? Let's do a measurement. I don't know if that measurement was right. What is this radius? Or diameter? Is it 3.75? I don't know if that's right. It does. It does. It has a thread option. I actually went through a tutorial, so I know that it exists. It absolutely exists. So let's change this to, let's do 6 millimeters. And then we're gonna do another one here, and we're just gonna go 4 millimeters? No. Let's finish the sketch. And what we're going to do is let's turn everything else off. We're going to extrude this. Hold on, I think I said I wanted 10. No. Let's do 4 millimeters. And let's just turn everything else off. Right. Wait, let's redo this. Can I do 2 millimeters? Yeah. And then I'm going to create another sketch on here for the body of the screw. So let's look at the front here. Let's create a sketch on... Oh, it doesn't like that I'm doing this on a weird plane. This will be 4 millimeters. Finish that sketch. So then we'll extrude this. So I did 2 millimeters. Actually, I think I just want to go 10 millimeters. And I want to do a join. So then what I can do is I can come here and I can do a... Or is it under surface? Create. Is it? No, here it is, thread. So we're gonna want to 3D model it. Now we're gonna want the wide threads. I think M6 is, or 6 millimeters is gonna be too big. So I'm hoping that this will be enough. Also, why did I do this all the way over here? This is a dumb idea. Rename. Plastic grub screw. I ask myself that every time I do it too. Oh, hey, there we go. That's exactly how much I needed. Alright, so now I need to rotate the grub screw. The axis of that one. Nope. That axis. Nope. I think... I thought it was that axis. Nope. I chose everything but the correct answer. Now we translate. Let's bring the retainer in. So what I'd like to do is make it so that it can be countersunk, essentially. I kind of do too. Which means I think I have to redo the entire thing. Like I think I need it literally wider. Or do you think that the threads themselves are... That's the benefits of using a coil or sweep because you could specify the degree or spacing between them. Well, you can do that here. Like here, metric tapping threads for plastic. Oh, there we go. Ah, I've lost it. Yeah. I think tapping threads are going to be too thin since they're intended to cut the threads themselves. I think you're right. Metric forming. Oh, here we go. Honestly, something like this. That's going to have a good bit of... oops. What did I just do? Damn it. Edit feature. Right. So let's do this. Yeah, let's honestly just take the... let's just remove the metal ones. There, and then I wanted to come up about 16 millimeters. The thin can, let's bring that down a little bit so we can actually see. The retainer, let's bring that down a little bit too. One of the big things I still struggle with when it comes to modeling like this is scale. It all looks so big because we're zoomed in. Then I print it and it's itty bitty. Well, right, that's actually one of the reasons why I went to look to see if I actually have one of these motors. Because of just this, what you're talking about. Like, I was modeling this, I'm like, huh, that's only like 2 inches. 2.5 inches for the motor. And then, you know, you add in this. You know, if this right here is 2.5 inches, this whole thing is maybe 8 in total. So, yeah. Alright, so we have our grub screw here, which like I said, I want to be able to like countersink it so that, you know, if if I want to come down even more, make it recessed essentially, I could. That's why those other threads made me a bit leery. They would have been like 0.03 millimeters in spacing, which is almost a single printed layer between... Oh yeah, that would have no strength at all. And that was a very good call. So yeah, I want to be able to kind of come in like this. That way it's not like protruding from side, you know? Like if you're resin printing, sure, but FDM, yeah, exactly. Alright, so now the next thing, I guess, is to actually hold on. Let me come back to before the threads, because it would actually be nice to duplicate this. To create a copy. Which I think this was 65, yeah. So now we have something without threads and something with threads. So now I can do a cut and, like, you know, I can do multiple cuts to form it. Well, that being said, wait, how the Dream Spectre for this shaft is the same as this shaft minus, like, without the threads, right? Because the threads come out from the shaft. Right, right. So theoretically, I could take that face and extrude it to get a longer shaft. You can always measure to be sure. So the idea is that I'll put this in place and I'll do the same thing. But I'd honestly use the formed screw to do the cut. You think so? I guess it's true. The tolerances will be fine. Like, the tolerances will make it tight. Well, okay. I remember what my issue is now. I need this to stick out of the top then. You don't have to worry about alignment or placement that way either. I mean, that's fair. But the problem is that if I would need to cut this and then drop it down in order to countersink it. Unless I extend the head, get it to where I want it, do the cut, and then bring it back down. I don't know. You see what I mean? An offset cut might work. Don't know how to do that. Although, let's just see. Well, actually, hold on. One thing that I haven't done yet, though, is I haven't made a way to... When you do the cut operation, you can specify an offset. Can you with this? With Fusion? Because what I've been doing is a combine with a cut. But I don't have a thing for an offset. Let me load up, make sure I'm not misleading. Autodesk Fusion cut offset. You have updates, of course. So I'm seeing that you can't exactly do it, but there are workarounds like offset faces. But if that's being said, I might just make this a little bit longer and then have it stick out a little bit. Probably drop the grub screw down towards the center the amount you want to countersink. Then do a separate cut from the face of the screw to cut outwards after. Yeah, but like, there's not exactly like... And cut with an extrude. Right. And then I would do that from the face of the screw. Okay. So, the last thing that we need to do is we need to figure out what we want to do for the... for how we manipulate this thing. Really, I should have done this at the beginning. Why did I have to do this in a weird offset? So what are the widths of a flathead slash... Right, that's what I was thinking. Is what is the width of a flathead? From 1/8 inch to 3/8. Depends on your screwdriver. I mean, that's true. I'm gonna go with an 1/8 inch. Actually, it says 3 to 10 millimeters. So that I want to be... Yeah, let's just do 4 millimeters. Nope, we're doing 1.5. Millimeters. That's... Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to do. So our screw head is not very large. So I might want to go back and change the width of that. Yeah, it's very itty bitty. Wait, hold on. That's pretty standard for grub screws. They also don't usually have heads. Yeah, let's make this 10 millimeters. Finish the sketch. So this is that extrusion there. That's just under 1/2 inch. Yeah, that should be fine. Edit feature. I think I want a little bit more than that because I need structure. I need something on the back end. Wait, hold on, go back. Also, for looking at countersinking, look at fillets. Honestly, I could make this a little bit wider too. We can go up to 6mm now. So these threads can actually get bigger. And that should be even easier to print. Bullets and chamfers are your friends when it comes to designing things like this for 3D printing. Are you saying like fillet the head itself? Which actually might not be a bad idea. Once you cut the hole for countersinking, you can fillet the hole. I see what you're saying. Yeah, make it easier to insert it. Yeah, so now we take this and we extrude it. So this will be a cut onto here. Makes it easier to insert, and will also make it easier to print. Vertical circles are notorious for printing oblong. Alright, so then here, like I said, we want at least, we need something below to, you know, at least be able to stay together. So here's our grub screw. Right. Yeah. I agree. Because that's going to need structure. Although I just realized, Dream Spectre, this this face is not going to extrude well for the cut. Says that's fine. Profiles. You can use the sketch itself to cut. Huh? Can you though? Why can I not select more than one? I think because we cut it, it's now part of the sketch. Should select the whole thing. I can't seem to select the face on the sketch. So this sketch here, it is hidden. That's the thing. Like, I only have one sketch here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So it would be like that. So then that would be the countersink. And then we cut the, yeah. Well, the thing is I don't know how far down we want to go. So let's see here. Let's edit this. I'm thinking maybe this far down? Enough that it's going to hold the motor retainer. But now the thing is I need to take that and pattern it and then do the cuts. At this scale, roughly 50% penetration is a good goal. Heyo! Phrasing! I choose my words intentionally, or I chose my words intentionally. No. That. And that. Nope. Not that axis. Nope. Not that axis. Did it again. Now here's a question. Can you pattern the extrude cut? Which might have been the thing to do. Autodesk pattern cutting. No, dude. Cut pattern. Oh, yes, you can. Wait. You want features of the Wait, can you? Yes, you can. That did not do it, did it? Oh, wait. Because that took away the bodies now. So I need both. I don't know what suppression does, but I think I wanted that. But I also want to pattern that as well. And then now I think I can test, or now I can do the cut. Or I could just go to each one of them and cut, I think. No, I should be able to pattern it. I should be able to pattern that cut on the first one. Because you can get that in. So now if I do a combine cut, but keep tools. Any features such as appearances or decals on the tool body will be overridden. Okay. Alright, so now that's there. So now theoretically I could create a pattern of a feature.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause.
This is.
Don't pause.
Nope, not that.
Don't pause.
Just want the one. On that axis. Wait, what? Yeah, that's what, yeah. That's what you're supposed to do. I mean, I could also just go and do the combine cut. Rather than try and pattern this feature. Like, it's not that hard to... It is. So this would be the fin can. There. Now we'll do that again. Wolfie time. Hey, don't do too much. I'm not on for much longer. No, that's it. You're done. You're done. Yeah. I'm not on for another half hour. Because I know that's where you were headed.
Don't pause. Press play.
Because at some point I will need to go to bed.
Press play. Don't pause. Press play.
Alright, so now if I do the motor retainer. Let's get the motor out of there. You can go to bed in a half hour. Yeah, but then I then have to brush my teeth. Then I have to get in bed, and it's gonna be another half hour after that before I actually fall asleep. So I don't want it to be like almost midnight by the time I fall asleep here. Also, I think I've done this wrong. Time is fun. Going back and forth with you, it's been fun. I know this is very fun. I like this a lot. What? Is that a sketch? What is this? Yeah, but I thought I got rid of that. Wait, you know what? I think I might know what happened. Where's our cut? Hold on, let's go back in time. Let's turn off the fin can here. Here. This here. Okay. What? Where's the object? Where's the body? So you still went with the screw method. I did. Where did the body go? So we finished that, but then we did an extrusion. I think it's coming from the cut from the face somehow. Like, but like it like comes. What? Oh, I know what it is. It's part of the fin can. Because we did a cut. That's the fin can itself. So when we did the cut extrusion, I guess I didn't do the right cut? Like it only did... Wait, cancel that. I think it's this one. Excuse me? That's a circle. I'm so confused. See, this is why I just wanted to do like a cylinder to prevent this. I don't understand. Well, you can use the existing sketch to cut that bit if you don't want to consume the time to troubleshoot it. Join the land of Confucius with the rest of us, because we are just as Confucius. Most of my models have fixes like that. You know what we could do? We could do an extrusion cut. Look at that. Yeah, but no, this is the fin can. This is the fin can. We're not cutting the screw. Oh wait, I think I did on accident though. Hold on. Objects to cut, not the screw. There we go. Now I just gotta do that. One or two more times. Actually, I might be able to just pattern it.
Don't you know that I'll be here for you? Till we got nothing
Circular
left to
pattern,
do. Tell a couple
features.
jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you.
On the axis.
Don't you know that I'll be here for you?
There.
Till we got nothing left to
No.
prove. Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you.
Axis. That.
Don't you know that I'll be there for you wherever you go? I'm a guarantee like Curry's 3 and
So did that fix all of them?
you're lost, I'm blue. I'll find some clues to see you soon. And
Looks like it did.
the credits roll without you. The piano's out of tune, but I'll play it for you. So we
By patterning that cut, it did. For science, great success. We're learning.
sometimes we get drunk and buy shit, then we find our life.
So now all of these should be countersunk. Let's save. So now you're talking about doing a taper.
Tell a couple jokes and enjoy the view. I'll be here for you.
So let's do this. Let's do a modify.
You know that I'll be here for you.
You're saying fillet.
Got nothing left to prove. Write it down in ink, I'm a drunk tattoo. Always here with you.
I don't think that's. I think you meant chamfer. Maybe two?
Call me fast. I drive down in a flash.
Chamfers are rounded, fillets are flat.
Changing lanes so quick with flash.
I think you mean the other way around. Fillets are rounded. Yeah. because fillets are also used to are like to fill like the space between two things as well. So, all right. So now that you've corrected, should I be using a chamfer or a fillet? I'm assuming a chamfer. All right. Wait, you know what? I might be able to... For science... do them all at 2 millimeters at the same time in one thing so I don't have to pattern. There we go. There we go. That's what we do. Now we need to make the cutout from the motor retainer.
I could see you gave me solace when I needed someone there. In the darkness, I still see you like a golden arch, rising high above the sunset. In every way you are, I know that everything's in focus now. I'm seeing clearly for the first time.
Right. Alright, so now if I do the fin can and then these, we've got our threads. I'm not sure if I like how close this is. That feels like it's gonna break. Unless I have 4 grub screws. If not break, warp at least, yeah. I mean, I could also just go down to 2 grub screws. If not break, warp at least. Yeah, and with the layer lines, that's very thin. So like the hope, and I might be wrong about this, is that this will be like a compliant mechanism that I can bend. Definitely want a jig in that case. Yeah. I need to think about this. I mean, that being said, is the intent on compliance to pry them apart to slot the engine in? Yes. That is the intent. Is that you'll be able to just kind of bend it back, push from this side, and it should come out. Now, I'm aware I might need this to be longer. I don't know what the right answer is. So I'm trying to use the plastic to yeah. There's some additional modification you'll want on the prongs themselves to help stop them from snapping off. How so? The inner 90-degree area will likely need to be enforced. Oh, you're saying this corner here? That would actually use a I think you mean a fillet. Who says yep? Typo. Find out. This and that. Yeah. Because the hard corner will make it easier to snap. Good night and good luck. Thanks, Carlos. I think a fillet is what I want. I do think it's a chamfer going towards the center. You really think it's a chamfer? But you have to take the layers of the print into account. So you think like that. Maybe even two. Why would you say a chamfer over a fillet in this case? Gives more surface area for the stress to apply. I see. Because we are talking about plastic, ultimately. Trying to sing... Edit circular pattern. I think we wanted 2. Because the layer lines themselves are a stress point as well. The fillet doesn't do much to spread the stress out, and it'll shift it to the layers instead. I see. I think I have to go back. I want to adjust the pattern. The other thing I could do is I could make this smaller, this gap. So whatever this cut was, I could go back and make that smaller. And that'll give us more. Because ultimately, this doesn't need to be a large gap. It just needs to be not connected. Interesting thought. Make the exterior gaps smaller, but add a central void as well. Keep the prongs solid. It'll increase the compliance without sacrificing structural integrity. Nope, that's not what I wanted. It was this. Y'all speaking Russian to me. So I moved that. Let's do that. To be honest, I feel like I'm speaking in tongues anywho. Yeah, so I just need to adjust this face whenever it was made. There's a sketch. Well, that was almost what I wanted. So I think it's this sketch that I want. I just want to move it. There we go. There we go. And now I can come all the way up here, and it's good. So now I don't have to redo my pattern. With it like that, ignore my idea for the central void. That'll be fine. Alright. So here we've got our full rocket. I need new group. I'm going to recall it or call it lower body because we have the fin can and the grub screws. See, Gloppy, you only need someone who does this to help you plan better, not someone who don't know about 3D models, rockets, and RC cars. Up next, tolerances, then jig. Well, actually, what's up next is actually interfacing these things together. So the lower body will probably get glued to a midsection, but then I was thinking doing a slip fit for the top here, with the nose cone or the nose section having like a step down. So having it come like this, and then that will slide into a slot in here, if that makes sense. But I don't know if I have the time for that right now. Actually, a jig won't do anything. The screws aren't interfacing with the engine itself anymore. Correct. Correct. It is purely to hold the motor retainer in.
Won't you come over?
Also, I want to see what happens. So, at the beginning of the stream, we made a parameter. Did you do the 1mm tolerance between the engine and retainer already? I believe so. If I set this to 1. Oh, it looks so derpy.
We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your.
Okay, so the engine will have some actual wiggle room, right? Then just keep him, just something to keep in mind on a back burner. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is I could also, well, I don't know. I might be able to adjust the diameter of this going back, and that will, propagate forward. In fact, you know what? Maybe we try it just right now. I don't want the grub screws or the thin can. I just want this.
And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside.
Nope, that's not what I wanted.
Forever. We'll hide away when no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your.
Where do I start making the retainer?
We'll stay awake
right here.
We'll hide away when no one knows.
So this 34, I can actually increase it to 36 millimeter? 35 millimeter. So now it'll have just 35.5 millimeter. There. Now it's half a millimeter of it. There, tolerance fixed. Actually, you know what I should do? Is I should have made that a variable. So that I know, like, what my tolerances are. Like, what I can actually do. What about the retainer to the engine itself? That I don't know. So let's do half a millimeter.
Through all of this, you told me that you loved me so much.
I gotta go all the way back.
And I can barely breathe.
I think it was,
Inside my
yeah, here.
head,
So
pulled
edit
apart
this sketch.
all the pieces.
So I can do
See,
36 millimeters minus tolerance. There. So now I can adjust the tolerance on the fly going back to that. So if I ever wanted to adjust the tolerances across the board, I can do it via a parameter. What about the retainer to the engine itself? Just be sure to use that, to only use that for a circular tolerance. Parametric design is amazing. Yes. I know what your rocket is missing, like cell phones. It needs a ringtone, a vibrate mode, and a do not disturb mode. You know what mode it does have? I'm gonna disturb you. That mode. Don't forget Facebook and TikTok too. Yeah, I don't know what the tolerance is to the motor itself. I might have to adjust that later. Or are you saying this gap here? I think you're saying this gap here. Right? Yeah. Alright, I'll go back. Rename, motor retainer extrude. A note to keep in mind for it, you'll want to account for the chamfers on the compliant legs too. Or just use that as additional friction into the cardboard, which wouldn't be terrible. Alright, so this, what I can do is I can do 24 millimeters plus tolerance. Oh, finish sketch. So now when I go forward, that's going to be much tighter. But yeah, the chamfer is now tighter. Oh, I just realized there's like this little extra bit here that isn't getting cut. Where did I mess that up? Rename, motor retainer chamfer. Where did this cut happen? It's because of the addition of the tolerances. Okay, somewhere along here is where I did a combine. I see. No, it's this right here. It's this thing right here. So what's happening is this. Yeah, because of that adjustment. All right, finish that sketch. And next up is a. Wait, what? No, it's the extrude that I need to distance. Nope. No. What? Oh, it's the move. It's the move. Just need to bring it back in. Yeah. Now if I come all the way forward, we're fixed. Alright, we're looking good, and it is late. So we will have to do the other stuff another time. You did. You got lucky. You got lucky. So we might pick this up on Tuesday. Because tomorrow will be Rocket League. That did nix the ads. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oops. I wanted that. Which is funny because I see that it has come in, but I don't have the notification yet. The notifications for some reason are just very long. Like, they don't come in like right away. But this is fun. I like this. Also, I blame stream. Actually, this is Twitch alerts. This is Twitch alerts. Yeah, you also got an extra 500 byte coins because I have a bug in ChatBites at the moment that I need to fix as well. So let's go over to the other one. Yeah. So it's weird because a subscribe and a resubscribe are apparently different things. Or sorry, a subscribe and a subscribe message are different things. But then resubs are like different as well, for some reason. I don't know. But anyways, let's do this. Let's go over to this scene. Also, question for you all. When I did that transition, did you hear splash twice? Or did you only hear it once? Because I hear it twice. But I don't know. Okay, you only heard it once. Okay, good. So I think it's because of the multi-stream plugin that I hear it twice. So, anyways, that is good to know. That is good to know. But anyways, so the first thing that we are going to do tonight, or not tonight, but right now, is we are going to say goodbye to the YouTube stream. So everyone over there, say goodbye. And I will see you guys tomorrow on YouTube. So bye.